Good morning. Monday, the 24th of August, 2026, 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that everything I capture on my two primary monitors, Bookmap and IRT, are complete the video and the visual, and then my narration here provides insight as to what I was thinking, and therefore a complete and accurate journal, much more precise than I could possibly hope to do by screen snaps and typing and that kind of thing. Also, it allows me to focus completely on the market and not be worrying about those other things. Now, I only trade live on the live stream. Never off stream, and never, recording or playback or something like that. And I do that on Bookmap. On IRT is where I develop strategies and back test, forward test, like here is a strategy, and it would be forward and back tested, displayed over here on the chart. And this happens in the simulated environment of IRT. Not pushed to the live market, obviously. So that's upfront and clear. Having said that, it's important to understand that this is not for trade or financial advice. Past performance is not indicative of future results. All of those things that you've heard 1,000 times, but that are important to remember and take on board. So that's the problem, because I do trade live and I do it fairly, I anticipate the trade, I narrate the trade. The idea is, what kind of a trading journal would it be if I didn't have my trades? So there you are. Now, let's get on to the news, and you're going to think this is pretty funny. There are no reports this morning. There's no news out. There you are. No events scheduled today. It's earnings week, but nothing's happening yet. This week, Wednesday, we do have NVIDIA, which will complete the Mag 7. This is investing.com. It's my original news source. I like it because I like this presentation, the screen snap. You see these ads floating all over everywhere? That is because I keep it free on purpose. And so that anybody that comes through the stream can have access to the same, resources. What good would it do anyone if I had a Bloomberg, terminal for $32,000 a year? It wouldn't help anybody. So there's that. You can filter these for whatever you are. If there were a news source here, you could notice that if you hover over the event title, it turns to a URL, and then you can click that and find out all about it. The other news source I use is Financial Juice, and you'll notice that there is a possibility that the Treasury Secretary, Besant, will have and he's changed it. It was 9 o'clock, and now it's 16:50. This was few minutes ago, and I can prove that right there, tentative at 9 o'clock. This is a screen snap, just a little before 6:45, this Central Standard Time. So I had posted that somewhere. Yeah, so now it's been pushed off to 16:50. By the way, all times on my charts that I refer to are Central Standard Time, so there's that. The Jackson Hole Symposium is going to get started. Wait a second here. Look at this craziness. I was the 29th up here and the 24th down here. What the hell? Let's do this like this. And now it's 11:50. That's about as consistent as this Treasury Secretary. That fits perfect, actually. So here we are. Nothing to speak of there. Let's get on to the pre-market then, and that's pretty interesting. This is Investor RT, which is my old charting. Just package. Couple of things to note here if you're not familiar with it. If you notice the header of any chart has the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session, so you can always see what you're looking at. I have basically two categories. This tab is the micros, micro ES, micro NQ, the high time frame or micro composite chart for the micro ES, and the E-mini, excuse me, the E-mini market profile. I don't change this chart from micro to mini, but I do change the session from full session to RTH. And the other tab, main tab here, is the minis, same exact configuration. So let's look at the higher time frame here, right here. Again, it's the micros. It's a 1 day candlesticks, 1 day periodicity, and the RTH session. So each one of these candles is one full RTH trading session. Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, excuse me. Wherever price overlaps, I draw, damn. Wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around it, and that generates a micro composite high, point of control, high and low volume nodes, which push automatically to bookmap. The high and low volume nodes just represent the high and low nodes within this volume profile. Well, I got something in my throat. So now these high and low volume nodes push automatically to bookmap. So do the session prices. See what we are for volume today. Ooh, look at there, 102%. That's a lot. Last week we were down in the 30s. Why so much? Just quickly, here is the previous RTH session, Friday, and here's the overnight starting Sunday night. So we gapped up. We're going to gap down on the open unless we correct, because here we are now, and that's lower than the close, so that would be a gap low. Primary inventory is about 100% or say 90% short, isn't it? If you look at this volume skew here, two small distributions and then the large distribution at the lower side after London came in. And the way I think about that is what's above the close, what's below the close, or the open in this case. I would suppose then that we're probably going to have some responsive buying to take profit. The volume is, overlapping lower. If you want to talk about market profile isms, and there's an old theory in market profile that I've heard forever that they always want to repair profiles. So look at, now this is full session, remember, look at last Friday or last Thursday's profiles. Big hole here, right? And what are we doing here? That pretty much fills that hole in. If you just look at the mirror, you flip that over and shove it in here, it pretty much fills it right up. I don't know whether that's just a wives' tale or some, like Fibonacci or whatever, where you just self-fulfilling prophecies. I don't know. But anyway, there we are. So that's where we are on IRT. Excuse me. And here is Bookmap, which is my execution platform. Now, the first thing you notice is Blue Boy here. This is a blue line. Nothing special. It's just a vertical line. I put it on the first print of each session. And the purpose is the function, come on now. Don't be this way. There we go. Okay. This column right here is the active data column. This is right here, right now. That is the inside market as you see tick by tick, order by order, because this is market by order data. So if I have Blue Boy over here on the first tick or the first print of each session, and I can glance left and see that, and I know this is right here, right now, it's impossible for me not to have a firm understanding of context in the session so far. This is the entire ETH session so far. No question about it. What have we done? Well, lower highs, lower lows. What did we do over here? Small distribution, another little one, and then this bigger guy down here at the bottom. So, yeah. Let's look, let's start with the columns from the right. Micro composite. This is where I manually enter values from the micro composite chart in IRT, Investor RT. Here's the micro composite VPOC, put in 21st. High volume node, coincidentally, yeah, which is pushed automatically. This is the volume profile for the Globex or full session. This started plotting at 1700 last night and will continue to do so through 1600 today. This is the volume profile and delta for RTH, which will reset this morning at 8:30. The statistical open and the relative statistics for the associated prices, which we're going to do right now. And then these are the session prices from IRT. This is the full level 2 order book, resting liquidity or limit orders, ask and bid, and the prices. There's no indicators on my book map or IRT because I have to keep things as simple as I can get them. Volume, probabilities, price. Excuse me. So there is a POC for the full session and the RTH. And the POC is not, none of these things are mysterious or magical. You know, the POC here is just the point. This marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. Yeah, it tracks where that was so that we can watch the progression or the movement of it, but it is just a marker of the price. So at 76.77, we have traded the most contracts in the Globex so far, 2,881 contracts, 83, 82. The minute one of these other prices trades more contracts, this yellow line will move there. Easy. No problem. A Globex VWAP, a full session VWAP, an RTH VWAP, and a mid. VWAP is, you could argue, an indicator because it's calculated. It's the volume weighted average price. And then these are stops and sweeps and those kinds of things. These lines over here are pushed from IRT, and they're my trading levels for whatever strategy I'm looking at. This is an initial balance strategy based on, based on this data right here. You see these lines and levels there? Well, those values are being pushed over here to Bookmap because, as I mentioned earlier in this pre-market, IRT doesn't trade the live market. It doesn't go outside to the broker. But if I want to trade these to forward test, really, then I want these levels over here so that I can make live trades on Bookmap. Okay, there you go. Now let's do the statistics quickly. So if we had to, first we need to decide the open type. Very simple, 2 criteria. Here's the market. If we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous RTH close? There's a close. It's lower than the close. How would that compare to the previous RTH range? Well, the high is up above us because here's the previous RTH low. So we're just flirting with lower out of range. As a matter of fact, one more tick, we might get lower out of range. So the first thing we're going to do here is change the title, and I hate it when they do this right on the cusp. I'm going to change the lower in range. We'll leave it at that for now. See what they do. My guess is they're going to push it lower. They did clear down. All of these would have been lower out of range because here's the previous RTH, right? I'm thinking that's what they're going to do, but you never know. I want these titles to be correct for this column so that when I look back at the screen snaps or the stream, I know what that configuration was. I don't have to think about it. And I hate it when they do this. Did I say that? Lower out of range. Let's make it lower out of range. Make them gap down so they'll feel happy. I don't know whether it will or not. Now they just tagged it and they're going back up. So then we will get the probabilities of these prices being revisited in today's RTH session when we open lower out of range. So the first thing we need to do is clear those from last Friday, and then we'll get the new ones. Let's just assume that we open lower out of range for the sake of this demonstration, and I will continue to bitch and moan about how I hate it when they do this. Here is Friday. Here we are. We've just decided it's going to be lower out of range. So the way this works is very simple. Looks back at the most recent 1,856 trading days. Of these trading days, we opened lower out of range 281 of them. Of the days where we opened lower out of range, the overnight volume point of control was revisited 71.9. The overnight low, was revisited 79 times, 71.9 times. Overnight volume point of control was 71.2. So let's, I don't know what they're going to do here. Let's check. There'll be things that'll make a big difference. For example, you see the overnight low. Overnight low is way down here. 67%. All these values are going to be revisited first, probably by probability. I don't know. It just irritates me to no end. Because I don't want to put in all these statistics and have to turn around and do it all over again. You know? It's irritating. Anyway. Well, let's go with a lower in range, because that's where they're sitting now. So let's go with that. The first one is going to be the overnight mid, which is 82.1%. So this is the overnight mid, which is somewhere around here. Where did it go? Probably right there, I suppose. No? Well, where the hell did the mid go? There, no? Well, now I'm confused. I don't see the overnight mid. Okay. Overnight volume point of control is 81.2. $81.2. I'm going to change this quickly so I don't forget what I'm doing in range. Okay. I hate that. Lower overnight high is 74.6. I kind of don't think so, huh? I'm hesitant to continue doing this because of the have to start all over again. Just frustrating. Previous close is 73.6. IB high 68.7. That's right there. Now, got to put those initials in there because the definition of the initial balance high and low. They are just the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Nothing more complicated than that. Boom, 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 boom. Previous POC is 67.6. Got kind of a hectic morning here this morning. It's Tam's first day back at school. Going to be out of here at about 20 after 9. FYI. Value area low, 66.5. Yeah, if they trade down there now, they'll just completely piss me off. Boom. Previous low is 53.3. Now look at this and ask yourself this question. 81% probability we'll get there, and only 53% we're going to get one tick below it. These are just probabilities. They're only based on two criteria. So, don't get crazy. Overnight high. Thought we did that. Overnight high is 51.8. See that? How that changed? 51.8. That's what a difference it makes, isn't it? Yeah. What a difference. What else do we have here quickly? Previous high way above us up there somewhere. Who knows? Actually, the previous high is probably right under the initial balance high. I'm going to leave these alone for now because, yeah, because I need to do something else, and I need to do the TLab snap, which I do every day at this time. And that is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. And every day about 8:20, I post this there. And okay, it is the Traders Lab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B, and he's been trading like 48 years. Started as a money manager early on. I would be shocked if he still does that, but maybe. I wouldn't be shocked. I'd be surprised. I mean, I'm sure he's just trading his own account, and there you go. So stand by one. Uh-oh. Okay. Yeah. So let's see now. And so every day I post this screen snap to give people in there the all the numbers they may want to look at. I'm not very active in there anymore because I am busy doing the stream, which is actually a suggestion from in there from Tom or Rod, one of the two, to focus on your own market rather than yucking it up in a Discord site. Now, one thing about the TLab, it's not trade calling or live trading, but there's a lot of good people and a lot of good advice and whatnot. So I find that I need to be focused on what I'm doing. Otherwise, I'm, out there like Pluto, I get all distracted. And the stream and watching my trading is about what the hell is going on here? I don't know why this thing does that. I don't know why the stream. Stand by here one. I keep the stream. I have my setup in here is a full rack of a 4-monitor rack in front of me. Going on? Why don't you work, YouTube? There we go. There's a 4-rack monitor in front of me, and the top 2 monitors are powered by one machine. These big, large, lower monitors are my trading ones, powered by my trading machine. And then I've got a couple other things going on the desk to my left. These are 2 stand-up desks in an L, so I don't ever sit down 14 hours in a day. All right, it's working now. I don't know why the hell it wasn't, but I see it live and working okay. So I also stream 1440p. So if it's kind of furry on your end, you can always fix it. Now let's get back to what's important here. Where are we going? Okay, got to be able to trade, right? So in order to do that, you need to activate the trade control panel in Bookmap. Pick an account, and then you can close this back up. If I have all these visible, you don't have to have any of these if you don't want, but I like them. Cancel and close. So I don't need the trade control panel anymore because I'm going to use market. Hold on. I'm going to use multi-brackets. First, I want to make sure these other things are done in the background here. There we go. Multi-brackets, and we're going to do the magic box, okay. And we're going to do multi-account trading because this is in order to de-risk here, I'm using these Lucid things rather than my AMP account. It's too crazy. So now we're set up to trade. We're going to copy them to those other 4 accounts. And got the multi-brackets queued up, and the way to make sure that's correct is to look right over here, and there's the value, that's or the contract amount. So now we can open and feel comfortable that we're going to get somewhere. Okay, now what was I going to do? Oh, yeah, I got to set this thing up now for the opening magic box trade. And that uses a candlesticks, 30 seconds. Get rid of this last price thing, which is just, I'm starting to think that is just nothing but noise, man. Okay. Now those are 30-second candles. And what I want to do now is get these wound out to 30 seconds down here. See, we're at 15 minutes and all this kind of stuff. Now we're opening very definitely back up in range, so that's good. And where's 30 seconds at? What? There we go. So there's 30 seconds. We haven't opened yet, but we're getting ready to. Looks kind of weird. Am I on the right? Yeah, I am. Okay, there we go. When we reset, right on time. Isn't that amazing? Wow. That's one hell of a 30-second candle, isn't it? Look at that thing go. That's a pretty wide range. Wow. I can't even see the bottom of it. Where's that goddamn thing here? There's a button that'll shut all these things down, but I can't see it here. Yeah, that kills IRT immediately. And we're going to stop this off. There we go. Somewhere around here. And I guess I can't. And this, just see where we go. With that big opening candle, that's a little bit crazy. Okay, there's T1. Pull it up here to break even. And there we go. Okay, let's see where we are at here now. Got a few of them below us here. That's our runner. And IRT crashes immediately on that entry. Really disappointing. That's me starting IRT back up. Let's see now. 29. Hey, Pony. Next, continue to start up, you stupid shit. Okay. Yeah, start the data. There we go. All right, so there we are. And I'll be leaving before the IB sets, which is kind of a bummer because that's one of my vetted trades. Hey, Anton, what's up, my brother? I hope you had a great weekend. Just out of the magic box here. Looks like I'm going to get the runner stopped. Maybe not. You never know. Oh. I need to bring that down a point. There we go. Take care of the commission. Had some interesting stuff this weekend. I don't know about you, but first of all, today is Tam's first day back at school, so I'm going to be out of here at 9:20. Same schedule is going to be Monday and Wednesday. That'll be the only 2 days affected on the stream. And I don't pick her up until after the stream closes down, so that's great. And also, but I will miss the IB set, right? So that's about it. Okay. Well, there we go. There's the runner stopped. IRT crashes immediately on order entry now with this copy thing. So I've got to I've got it now captured completely in the stream. I'm going to send this to the IRT wizards and tell them that this is crap. I have a real interesting, I assume that you got a Tanuki going. I hope, I suppose. And I did something else so we can compare notes, but let me just see what's going on here. I've set my stuff up here at the top to points in case anybody cares. Well, they got to tag me out and then run down. You guys. And I am not at all upset about the fact that I bring that up to break even, that I trail to break even on T1 because that's the plan. Rather than have it blow back in your face. So that's 3 off at T1. 2 off at T1. Look at these sweeps. Wow. The volume was real high earlier. Let's see if it still is. Oh, it's still busy thinking about it. Oh, well, it's dropped down to 95%, but that's still pretty high. It was 110% just before we opened. Yeah. No. What I did was, so that we could compare stuff, I got GEXBot, sorry. And it is, this is the GEXBot Classic, the recommended one for trading, for trading futures is State. But this is, with the discount, it cost me $25. So, there you go. And what I did here was it is very definitely live, split second updating. And I did this so that we could compare notes, and then we could maybe all of us, or us as a group, can make a decision about what's the good option. And I'm standing here pissed that got stopped out by this couple of 2 little candles up here. And we'll see where this price goes, but anyway. So yeah, this is pretty interesting. I've got several links in the description here for this place. A really good link with a big description of explanation of how these things all work and in general how it works. This is zero GEX. The brighter colors are, as you see here, this is GEX by volume, and the muted yellow, muted ones are GEX by open interest. Then the regimes and stuff are over here, and yeah, I figured this way we could always compare, everybody can compare what the hell is going on, you know, and see if what one looks better than the other. Yeah, okay. Now, I will say this for you, and let me show you here. There's a no charge integration for this, that near as I can tell, no charge for ATAS. The bookmap one is pretty comprehensive looking. Here's ATAS. The bookmap one is real comprehensive looking, and I mean a lot of stuff going on, but for bookmap. However, the indicator to display this on bookmap is $300. Well, I'm not going to do that, you know, at this point, obviously. So it's not being displayed on bookmap, but it's free if you were to try it. If you wanted to do a trial for $25 for a month, and of the classic, the state now, the prices of these are more expensive. Well, they're not more expensive than Mentor Q. The state is $150. Well, right here, let's just show you. This is the one that the guy who builds this thing, says is the best for futures trading because that's what he does. This is the one I took, which is classic, and you can get 50 off if you scroll down here somewhere. It says 50 off. I don't know where. And I have an active subscription already. That's why it's not showing that. So you would be paying $75 to have this one if you wanted to, and you can integrate it, which is right here. Just how to do that, you know. Here's how you do it with ATAS, and it's seems pretty comprehensive and well built to me. But I figured it would be a great deal for us all for us to compare notes, you know, and try to figure out what's the best thing to use. And look at this son of a gun go, and I got tapped out. Now I'm going to be regretful all day that I didn't sit down here and wait for my runner to get plugged, because it's probably going to, when I could have kept moving the runner away. That's how Magic's winning this game, I think. I mean, I don't think, I know that. But I don't have a problem. The plan is to scroll to break even on T1, which is what I did. Now, okay, maybe I should have stayed above the mid. You know what I mean? There's a million different things you can do, or leave it alone and then it comes back in your face, or we're going to keep trading down. I don't know. I'll be leaving at 9:20. So this is perfect. She did a great job with her schedule. I'm real happy with her. So they've got some pretty comprehensive. One of the links that I've got up there is pretty comprehensive. Can I show you this stuff? I wonder. How the hell did I find that? This is the app, obviously. And there's a do integrations anymore. Okay, this was pretty interesting. This is how exactly they do the computations, and some additional videos. This is there's a link to this, the metrics up there in the, and the metrics are based on the classic, which is what I took. This is how they figure their volatility model surface, and how they compute each one of these, and how to get your head around it. There's a link to this metrics in the description, but there it is. It's GEXspot.com metric. There is also, let me see if I've got this. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Okay, here you go. This is what I got, which is classic. This is the next one, which is state. This is that. This is, and this is the quant thing. And you can also do just research. The guy who built it, who trades futures, says he recommends state. Of course, he's the owner, right? And he gets paid. He gets paid 3 times as much. But if you want to see the demo, you just click that button. So it just go to the gexbot.com and you can look into that. This is the one I'm looking at the moment. Now, okay, get rid of that. So these dots here, let's try to show you what you're looking at. You see these dots here? Those are historical. So for example, let's look right here. This is the state 10 minutes prior. This is the state 1 minute prior. This is the state 5 minutes prior. So as long as these dots are inside the bar is growing. The options are growing. When the dot's outside the bar, that option is reducing. Same thing down here for these. And I'm just parroting what I read, and and you'll see price over here. This would be the call wall, the put wall. This is 0 GEX. Yeah, there we go. Oh shit! I'm sorry. Damn it. I'm sorry. Okay, back to the. Whoops. Hold on. Back to the point. So, gexbot.com. This is classic that I took because of the price. This is the state, which is what the guy recommended. And all you got to do is go to here, click this button, and then it shows you a demo of how the thing works and explains all about it and on and on and on. This is the order flow one, and this is the quant one, and this for doing your own thing, and this is the research one. They got some interesting kind of things. For example, if you're doing this, see this little thing over here? If you want to replay this to see how the open did, you can just pull that back and run them again, or at the end of the day, or whatever you want to do. And then these are the states. Obviously, I just got this down yesterday and have been trying to get my head around it. But these dots right here, as I was explaining, you see how this was the 10 minutes prior, the number 5 minutes prior, 1 minute prior. As long as these dots are inside the bar, it's growing. When the dots are outside the bar, I don't see an example of one at the moment because they're expanding. If the dots are outside the bar, the bar, the position is contracting or reducing. And here's price. This is, and no problems with converting. It's real time. It's millisecond plotting. And it's the SPX converted to the ES. And if you want to see the conversion, they actually tell you what that is somewhere around here. It's like 16 point something or another, which is something you do, I know. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. So there you go. And I hope you understood the darker bar is the GEX by open interest, and the brighter ones are GEX by volume. Oh, here you go. And here's the conversion. This is the SPX to ESU6. There's the conversion, and the conversion factor is 16.38. Pretty interesting. Yeah, cool. Well, this way we get to look at all this different stuff, see? I thought that would be a good approach. And what do I know? I got to keep my head on. I got to remember how to get to the school. I'm going to end up taking her out to work, which is the exactly opposite way. I'm real happy she got a good schedule, though. I didn't have to say anything. She just did it. Disappointing about the IB, but hey, what are you going to do? Yeah. No, I'm running around the house trying to make sure that I'm on track and everybody else. Thanks. But no, I'm not. I wasn't. Okay, so there we are for the GEXBot story. And back to that. And let's see if, okay, IRT came back to life and it's got no, I hate to use the L word because I think it listens to me. All right. Whoop, there we go. Get this stretched out so it doesn't plug up. Get some music going over here. Hadn't thought about that. Oh, Christ, Trump's on the microphone. Look out. There was no reports today. Zero. The only thing that's been sort of scheduled, and the time has moved 3 times since 9 o'clock, or, I don't know, 6:30 or something this morning, is this potential speech by Besant. First it was 9 o'clock, then it was 16:20, and now it's 11:50. Go figure. I guess he's pissed because nobody invited him to Jackson Hole. I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? And this is Jackson Hole week, so, it might be, hopefully, there'll be one release or something from the Fed, usually, if I remember correctly. Here's what I'm talking about. Yemen attack on sensitive positions and Saudi mercenary arms depots. Is that right? Mercenary, yeah. Who did that? Yemen attack on sensitive positions and Saudi mercenary arms depots. Okay. What a nutcase. Really. What a complete crazy thing to say. No, never mind. The guy has no touch with reality or the world or anything else. It's just really crazy. I replaced the batteries in my UPS over the weekend, so should not have any problems with that. Hopefully. Anymore. Now because I got them switched in there and they work pretty easy, I'll do TAMs. What was I doing here? There we go. Okay. There's a lot of people that are thinking this is... Canada's been ripping off the United States of America for years. What a crazy thing to say. Jesus criminy Christ. Now he's going to dump. Oh, this is going to dump the market. You seeing that? What have I got? Yeah, no, I don't. Look at this. Okay. Truth Social. We're being run by a nut job on a social media platform. And it's all being typed by this crazy chick, this Natalie person, who refused to get a security clearance for a year. Maybe still doesn't have it. Wow. I want to emphasize wow. Well, I hope Canada just shuts off the pipeline, all the aluminum and all the steel production, and the power, and says, okay, piss up a rope, Donnie boy. You know, I mean, it just incenses me. Who's listening to this guy anymore? That's the part I don't understand. Who thinks this is a good idea? I'm sorry to rant and rave, but that kind of stuff just makes me crazy, and I immediately pull out my goddamn soapbox. Sorry about that. I don't like to talk about stuff like that, or, you know, but it just incenses me. If I were that governor of that guy, whatever his name is, Carr, whatever, I'd just turn off the switch. I'd say, okay, no more power to you, Michigan, Illinois. Boom, shut it off. Now, what do you want to do, Don? Crazy. All right. I guess it's a desperate attempt to try to, what's my HVL level on SPX? Sorry, I was busy ranting and raving. Let me see here. So the HVL level is what they call, and they don't have, this is DTO, or zero DTs. 76, 70, 55 is what it is right now. And you can see how it changes here over time. Both of them, all of them, the call wall, put wall, and the zero D, or in the what we would call the HVL, the high volume level, or GEX flip, or whatever you want to call it. Oh. Wow. Okay, now. The more I back test and look at book map and stuff, you know, the more convinced I become that this, the last price and that squiggly line is just a bunch of noise, really. And the better my mind deals with it, looking at it like this, with bars. I wish they had bars or something different, but this is, you know, better than a poke in the head, I guess. Yeah, got right down to my target plots. Damn it, Janet. When I leave to take Pam to school, would you like me to leave the, well, this is the ES converted, this is the ES conversion to SPX, and the conversion value is 16.38. So what you want me to do is hold on, I'll try to remember how the hell to do this. Futures conversion. All right, where is it? I don't know if it I think they convert them all. All right, what am I doing wrong here? Well, anyway, so it would be minus 16.3. There's the index. Here's the ETF. I don't see a way to do the index without having it be converted. To be honest with you. Oh, here we go. Spot price. Spot price is the SEX. Here we go. There you go. Now, I'm sorry. 76. That can't be right. SPX spot. And I'm not real sure what these 90 days latest and next is. Next would be 0 days, I guess. 76.56.20. Does that sound right to you? $76.56.20, and I think what I've done here is gone spot price, and there you go, SPX, and I'm going the next, which is the next expiration, which would be 0 days instead of 90 days, or latest. Let's see what that does. 52, 53, 39. This is based on this is the latest expiration. Next would be 0 day, and like in the stocks, if you're looking at stocks where they're expiring now Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So there you go. I don't know. I would say that this is live, real-time nanosecond. Oh, see how this is contracting? This was a minute ago. It was 85.02, and now we're back to here. We're back to 76.75. This is how those dots work. Would you like me to leave when I leave with Tam? Would you like me to leave this GEX bot up instead of IRT or book now? I don't care. Whatever's handy. Whatever's more helpful. Well, I'll have to be sure these are the 0 DTEs. This is the next expiry, which would be 0 DTEs, I'm guessing. And obviously I need to learn more about this thing. Football. And that's the SPX. You can leave GEX spot. Yeah, okay, no problem. And this view, this one, the SPY and this thing here, you notice price is plugging along over here, but I need to probably wind this, open this. Oh, you're looking on your phone. Never mind. Yeah, I'll try to make it as big as I can, she said. I try to make it as big. I don't know whether you can even see the price bars or not, but there you go. We're coming right into the put wall now. I think that's what this level is. I gotta do some thinking here. Oh no, that's current price. What am I talking about? The call wall is up here. So what these are is the major positive is a 76.65. This might be easier on your phone. And the minor negative is 7,600. And the net GEX is minus 2.913. These values over here in number terms represent what's going on with the levels in the chart, and the same up here where the 0 gamma which is the GEX flip, and then positive and major positive and major negative, and the net GEX. I thought there was DEX. Max change, and this is also something interesting. These are the levels at which the maximum changes happen over what period. Wow, look at how that 0 GEX is bouncing back and forth. You see that? And remember, or I think I said, the bright lines are the GEX volume, and the more muted lines are GEX by open interest. And if you listen to that guy talk about it, how they do these conversions, or read that thing, you'll see how they use that to know how dealers are positioning. Oh, that's sucker. You want me to scrunch this thing up more, or do you want me to leave it expanded like this so you can see it easier on your phone and stuff? I'm going to bust a move here in about 10 minutes. Let's see what latest is. I'm going to make sure that it's next. These are 90 days. Aggregated. This is the latest and this is the next. I think this means 0 DTs. Just I don't know. I'll have to check it out. Judging by the size of these values, I'm sure that this must be next. 0 DTs. Okay, I'll leave it alone. I got my Levi's, found my Levi's. That's a good start. So far, I've got one up, one in the can, but I followed my trade plan and it came back and took out the runner, but it did go on to the targets. I've got there and there, the magic box. I'm going to leave this on this one. I will not be. I've got to make a school run here in 10 minutes. Usually takes around 30 to 40 minutes and I'll be back. I'm going to leave the GEX bot on for brother Anton there. There you go. All right, back down to those targets again. Damn it. Well, see what happens here, huh? Now here's an interesting one. I don't know how the hell that happens. Zero GEX is above this one. How does that work? I'm not sure how that can be. Okay. All right, I'm out the door. Tam's all excited. She's already waiting out there. That's the first time in 12 years, I think, that's ever happened. And here we go out the bottom. Damn it. I'd say look out for 76.50 below us. That's the big liquidity that I see here on my book map. And I'll be back when I'm back. I just switched this view from next to latest, and then the zero GEX is between where I would have expected it to be, except there is one small. When I put it on next, there's actually a call line was on the wrong side. Yeah, there's a big call level. Oh, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, no? Now there's a call level below the GEX flip. That's pretty weird. It's jumping back and forth. I'm not sure that makes any sense. I don't know whether to put it on latest or next. I would think next is 0 DTE, but I don't know. 76.56 is the SPY, and this is SPY, don't forget. All right, I'm out. All right, what happened? Everybody rich now? Okay. Yeah. Let's see. Ooh, have fun. GEX flip not changing. However, Tanaki just moved to 7,600. Well, I don't know whether I'm doing something goofy with these latest and 90 and all that stuff. It keeps bouncing around down here, and looking at these volumes, they're correct that they would be right. This would be the inside level. So now we're in a negative regime, it says. I have no clue, man. Next, latest. And I gotta figure out what those are. Oh, wait. Start tutorial. Oh, there we go. I should have done that last night again. Okay. And 20 step away, 10. Yeah, I don't know. Let's first, well, the price is exactly. Oh, this is SPX. Never mind. So have we? We haven't broken an IB yet. Wow. We haven't taken either of the initial balance levels yet. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to put this back on SPX ES and hold on. All right. Anton's away. I'm going to check and see what's going on here. I'm not sure what's happening here, but something, they got to be under their bonnet about something over here. Look at that go. Why? What? I'm telling you, I really believe that I think this is easier for me to read and less noise than having this thing on. That last price just looks like a noisy squiggle. I realize it's the same data, but if you know what I mean. If anybody's here, I don't know. Let's see, 50s, GEXA is 76.77. Okay, what's Tanuki? 76.78, Tanuki 7,700. Okay, I wonder what mentor thing is. But the problem with this is I can do SPY though. That's right. I can do SPY, futures indices, PX. Wait a minute. Okay, okay. I don't see anything there. Well, So Anton, I don't see anything going on here with Mentor Q. I don't know what happened. SPX, open, real time, no levels, nobody left on third. How weird. The chart's plotting right along, sort of. Hmm. 76, 55, 83s, 52s. 10 points wide there. There's 5 points wide. Let's see, what are we doing here? That's pretty weird that it doesn't work at all now. It doesn't plot at all. I wonder why. Did I forget to do something here? That's pretty weird. Matrix, heat map. Well, what has this thing got going on? Okay, there's five wide. Completely different. Can't seem to scrunch them down either. There we go. Wow. 7650, and they've got it way up here. Okay. Baby panda, how are you?
Your food here.
You jump over the side, not from the front. Oh, wow. Wow. Killer breakfast. So let me just have a look here. Where are we trading? So 55 and 16, 55 and 20, 75. So that would be about right. I'm going to put this back on ES. Oh, wait. Yes, futures. 73, 79. Yeah. Oh. Well, I guess I'm going to be happy with my 12.25 points times 5 for now, but hmm. 75, 69. I mean 76. I think it's pretty weird that Mint or Q doesn't join the party here. Be damned. Did you go to the bathroom? Yeah. I wonder what happened here. Ah, 30 minutes. Maybe that's the horse shit with these useless SPX. Let's look at that. Huh. Well, I don't know why, but Mentor Q doesn't plot any of the GEX stuff here on the chart anymore. I don't know if I've forgotten to do something or I don't think so. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe this is it. Gamma levels, end of day. It got rid of all these indicators somehow. There we go. Intraday. Okay. Blind spots. Now we're cooking. I was wondering what happened to those. Boom. So there's the end of day and the blind spots and what? Now let's look at the spot over here. So this is saying 76.52.95. Let's look at what that thing is saying. See if I can do this, okay? So this is Mentor Q. Where's the flip? Right there. There's one of them, 7,700. And where's the other? They have two. They're both together. Okay, so it's 77.10. 77.58, 77.10. And 76.52. This is on the latest spot price. I don't know what any of this means now, but it seems to me that they're not very together. Where are we at price? It's 76.61. 76, yeah, it's the same. Wow, that's pretty weird. Real weird. So the 7,700 is what Mentor Q is calling. And that is Not even on the car. That's right. That's up here at the. That was this call wall, which has now just been moved because we just added a few more contracts over here. This is, up to the millisecond as far as it goes. But I don't know. I have no idea what to say about the Mentor Q thing. This is intraday. This is not blind spots. Their intraday is not live though. It's like 6 times or 7 times a day it publishes. Is there a way to see when that happened? I don't know how to do that. So yeah, I really don't know. This is the flip. This is the call wall. It's jumping back and forth, and it's at 7,700 up here, which is where they've got their ODT high volume. And 7709. Let's see if we got any kind of values that make any sense. No. I would sort of think that this thing is probably more accurate, but I have no clue. I would have thought that either of these would be more accurate than the Tanuki, but I don't quite know what to say about the HVL on here on Mentor Q is 7,700, which is exactly what we've got for the maximum call. So maximum high volume level, that would be correct, I guess. Then what the hell is the HVL? That's 0 gamma. Oh, yeah. Why is this not working right? Let's see what's going on here. Why aren't those pushing right? You know exactly why. Oh no, that's right. Still haven't taken an initial balance here. I was amazed. Okay. I'm kind of surprised about this. This thing here. Classic docks. Okay. Okay. So what I need to do now is let go here. Used to be latest. So what I just read there, I guess I should just put that up. I guess. So this is the description of this. This is the middle or the zero gamma is the center of the complex, which is right here. Major is the positive GEX strike of the greatest magnitude. Minimum. Max change strikes. Let's see where that is. Which one? What is that? These? Well, we did take that IB finally. Now what are we going to do? Trade into the 8700s, I would guess. We swept them twice. What are we doing here now? We're surprised. Oh, coming right into the call wall. There you go. 7700. 7670. On the right thing. Ooh, boop. Now, if I understand the concept, dealers should start hedging and we should sell back. And there's 4 points. Billions of contracts. Well, I don't see how you tell. This makes no sense. At all. I think I'm going to move away from Mentor Q. That doesn't strike me as anything that works here at all, even close. So, okay. And we came right up to that call wall and turned around, and here we are. Had I shorted like I should have, I'd be nearly 10 points in the money. But, you know, need to be a little bit cautious when I'm just down. So far, the magic box is good for 12.25 points. Not much, but hey, better than nothing. Did the music poop out? No, there we go. Wow. Way, way, way. Nobody did anything. Nobody's anywhere. That's pretty weird. We'll be looking for a trade here
if we retrace to the 25, that would be a breakout long on this EF trade. I haven't even turned on some of these things yet. I don't miss in the summer sale. I don't care. Okay, I'm so happy for you. What is this now? This was something I forgot what this is. What is this? Oh, this is Tunaki. These are the free Tunaki things. Yeah, that's right. This is the free Tunaki stuff. But no GEX levels here. Well, there they are. But they only do, you only get a few, you only get a few tickers with the freebie, and they are stocks. So, never mind. Not interested. Nothing going on here. This is not plotting still. Enter Q intraday isn't plotting. Updates, but doesn't draw any lines. Beats the hell out of me. Even if I put the SPY over here, it doesn't work. Or the SPX, I mean. It doesn't plot anything here either. So that's not, I don't know. It's been broken on purpose, or I don't know what. Hey, Matt. Hey, Anton. So I was just poking around here, looking at a few things. I've got the Tanuki free version over here, but the unfortunate part about it is it's only for a few stocks, Apple and Tesla and something else. So there's, I don't know how you're liking that, but this this GEX bot turned them around exactly at that call. Where are we? Yeah. We came right up to the call wall and turned around, and now here we are again. What's going to happen? What I did some research here, right here. So the one we want to use here is latest. That is the most reflects the nearest expiry, which would be 0 day. Next reflects the following expiry after that, and then full is 90 days. So that's I had the wrong one there, and the rest of this is just setting up colors and stuff. So that, but anyway, it tracked right up here, and now we're back up here again. So are they going to sell it back down? I don't know. We did finally break the IB a minute ago, and I've got this on the SPX, which is where you wanted to be, right? Yeah. And Mentor Q is way off base, like Pluto. They've got the high volume loads, high volume levels general, and the high volume level for the ODTs at 7,700. But here's price down here. This is the SPX. Price is clear down here, so I don't know what these boys are up to, but it isn't anything I think would make much difference for me. So there's that. And that's all of them I I don't have GEX A, and I don't have the Tanuki full-fledged go get 'em deal. See what happens here with this call wall. That'll be, or this high volume area. That'll be interesting. This is SPX, remember, so it doesn't look the same on your chart. I can convert it, but well, it only takes a second. Boop. There we are. So they're trading 84.60, and that's exactly where we are. And 76.86 is the call wall. So that's 76.87, 86 and 3/4 is this big liquidity sitting there at 287 contracts, just below the previous RTH close. So we have not closed the gap yet. Yeah, I don't know what to say about all that. It doesn't seem to make, I don't know what to say. You know, I'm more lost than probably anybody else. I just was trying to get some stuff out here that we could all watch and look at and see what makes sense from. This is absolutely real time up to the second ticking. That's no question about that. And there's no free for futures or any of that other stuff like Mentor Q. It's $50 a month for everything. For the classic. The other one's 160 the state, or 150 or something the state. Compared to Mentor Q, if you wanted futures, Mentor Q is $200 a month. Now, if I find out that this looks like a good idea, then the next step would be the indicator to go to Bookmap, which has a lot of the stuff graphed below and has these plotted on the chart on the heat map right over, which has got nothing to do with you. And also this thing plots directly to ATAS without any extra stuff. I mean, without having to do anything different, I guess, or buy anything else. Near as I could tell. Well, that level, we'll see what they get here, but we'll see if we break through this. What this thing calls the call wall, or the high volume. What does it call it? It's the major positive, and the major negative, and the zero gamma. So, in other words, this is the most number of positive gamma, and this is the most number of negative, I guess. And they turned it around once again right there. For 5 or 6 handles each time. I watched on 2XB 2 hours interview on Charts Fanatics yesterday with the guy who's yeah, one of the ones I watched, because I say what you want about him. I respect his ability to think and know about the markets. Is that Murad Askar, FT71, and he has the guy Jerome or whatever his name is. That started GEXBot. He's a master's in computer science, and anyway, he did a blurb on convergent trading with FT71, and FT asked him a lot of kind of important, pertinent questions that would have to do with futures trading. So that might be one you want to listen to at some point. $50 a month, just what you see here. And if you go there now and you put in something code, it's 50% off. This cost me $25. for the first month. I think it's something, I don't know. It's a word, something 50, trade 50 or something like that. You can, it's right there on the pricing page. I don't have it on the pricing page anymore because I've already signed up for it. And also you got the APIs, immediately generate the code, throw the API code in your, throw the API code and you can see just exactly how to integrate. Are you looking at the, yeah, here you go. You can click on this buddy right here and generate the API key and download the DLL. And this is what it's going to look like on your chart. According to all this. That's pretty painless to me. And you're going to get, now this is, you know, kind of unintuitive to me because it's all lined up along one side rather than the, you know, top and the bottom, but I guess that's pretty easy to overcome. That's what it's supposed to look like right there, I guess. And I'm sure that the pricing thing is, yeah, it's $50 a month. Classic, real-time GEX calculation every second using open, interest, and volume. Boom. Now, what I did was if you've not already subscribed, there's a little thing down here that says discount or something code, right? It's, you know, trade 50 or some goddamn thing that you put in when you're checking out and apply, and it goes $25 and away you go. I might actually have made hold on. I might have made a screen grab of that somewhere along the line. Probably not, I guess. But, you know, it's obvious. It should, if you go to this pricing page and look at the bottom or scroll down, it ought to be right down at the bottom there. Yeah. Yeah, as far as real time actually plotting and doing all the conversion from the total GEX stream, I mean, the total chains and all that stuff, this is by far the cheapest. This is less than Tanaki. It's way less than Mint or Q. Way less than Spot Gamma. This is the one that the guy, if you listen to the guy, it might have been I think it might be the FT71 or the Convergent Trading video. Murad asked him which was the best, absolutely the best for trading futures, and he said this one. Well, of course, it's 3 times the price of the other one, so he's motivated, I guess, but he is a futures trader. And even if you buy this one, it's, you know, $50 cheaper than Mint or Q, and no extra add-ons or anything else. The put wall. Wait a minute. Hold the phone. Nobody move. Hold it. I got it. What the hell happened to my thing here? Let's go classic. Here we go. Right below the put wall. Where did my thing go? Hold on. Where the hell is the market? I don't know where the market went. The put wall is at 76.61.12 on the SPX. Oh, I've got this converted. Hold it. Nobody move. 76.41.20 would be the put wall, or what they call the major negative. 76.44.51. You see it jumping around 4 or 5 handles over here so quick, and the net GEX is moving. This is real time. Absolutely real time. But what I'm not seeing here, which is kind of alarming, is what happened to the freaking price. What happened to the chart? It was right here a minute ago. With bars and all that stuff. What did I turn off or on or do something wrong? I don't know. That sucks. I'm going to turn this off. And and according to this, we're up here. We're according to IRT and everybody else. Well, we've come up to this wall twice. This was the put wall's right there, or the call wall. We've come up there, down 7, 8 handles, back up here, down again, and back over here. I don't know. No clue. We can't quite close the gap to the previous close. But we are slamming back and forth over the IB. So I should be in a trade because it came right down to the 25%. It should have gotten long up here. Let's look and see. No. Wait a minute. Okay, I guess maybe I am losing my mind. I thought we took the IB out. I thought we took the initial balance high long before here. Oh, we didn't. Yeah, so we have not traded back down. This is exactly correct. Here's the breakout, another breakout. We haven't traded down to the trigger, so okay. I'm going to start this thing back up again now and see what's going on. Am I on the right one? Oh, you're not. Yeah, this is the forward testing on the strategy. Let's see what happens over here. These are the difference. This is the classic. I think I showed you this before, and this is the spot. And you can have the integrations, API docs. In my case, now that I've already subscribed, I get the metrics and I get the documentation, which I just showed you. And then there's overflow or order flow and, quant and Elon Musk and I don't know what other ones they've got. But this is the one that he recommended because there's a couple of different views where you do a net and skew. No, you have to check it out if you. Let me see what's going on with the classic schmassic. Well, I'm pretty mystified as to what happened to the frickin' chart. Let's get down here to the latest. I don't want the... Okay, so this would be 0 DTE. Oh, that's just freaking weird. Oh, here it is. It's just starting to plot right there. Okay, never mind. It doesn't pull historical, I guess. That's what you can use this thing for. You can go back and look at the historical data of the bar charts and whatever else. I'm just on the ragged edge here, but I thought it was kind of interesting to, as I said earlier in the morning, I knew you were getting Tanuki, and I know you've got GEX, so I figured if I could, I would grab this one. And when I saw that discount, I jumped right on it, thinking, sweet, we can compare all these together and then hopefully come up with something meaningful. And I will point out again, call wall, whoop, sell them down. Call wall, sell them down. So the behavior expected at that location by them, selling them off to dampen the behavior and reduce their delta exposure seems to be right. So I could have had two somewhere around 8 to 10 handle trades along here, or anyone could have. Now, it's kind of contrary to the stuff we've thought for a long time where, selling the top and calling the top and shorting. But if you want to look at it on another side of the coin, having the call wall as another form of confirmation and selling them as a mean reversion, that makes sense, I think. Okay, just moved to 65.85. ES. Okay, ES. Let's jump over here to ES real quick like a bunny and get on the right window here for you. ES. What is it? 7685. Well, right here it is 7686.38 right there. Which they say is the call wall. Because that's the most volume there is. This is the least volume of trades, so this is 0 gamma. So I'm kind of lost. I mean, these terms are tripping me up. But by definition, high volume level, well, this is pretty obviously the high volume level in calls. There's the, where is it? Where is it here? Where is it? There's the GEX by volume. There it is. If I'm not mistaken, the Tanaki is even more expensive than this GEXBot Classic. And I think it only works on TradingView, doesn't it? So you can barely see it, but here's price. These crosshairs actually show where price is. I forgot about that. The reason it looks weird is I've got it, 10 handles wound in. So there's price. Easier to see. But the crosshairs are the current price, time and price level, even if you can't see the bars. But boy, below the put wall, that part I don't understand. The put wall is down here. That's pretty weird to me. But, come on. I'm just trying to pick up the slack as fast as I can over here, and I'm not sure really what I'm doing. I'm just, reading and looking like you. I'm sure you've got a better grip on it than I do. My problem is I can't look at Tanuki, because I only got the free thing and it's only Apple. Big deal. Or, 3 stocks of some sort, Tesla and Apple and who knows, some other fanboy thing. Mentor Q doesn't plot at all on my trading view in intraday. It'll only plot end of day. Well, that's useless as far as I'm concerned. And if I want Mentor Q live futures, it's an extra $70 a month on top of $160 or $50. Well, I can have the futures converted right over here, live, real time, up to the second for $50. I don't know, I'm not sure what to say. It doesn't have, now, I don't see on this GEXBot Classic, at least, that there's a, expected move or that blind spot stuff, but I don't know that. I know the expected move is a pretty common options calculation, and but this does have not only volume but implied. You can look at GEX by implied by open interest, and on the one that has the state version, It's got implied volatility and all that. So I would suppose someone at your trading level and, you know, where you are generally and everything else, that as far as I can tell, you would probably like the state one. That would probably be the most advantageous for you if you were going to go this way. But I suggest go look at that. I'll watch that thing with what's his name, Trading View guy. What's his name? Murad. Askar. I'm trying to see if I can have the somewhere around here. I must have this thing. Okay, change this. Switch accounts. Boom. History. See if we see this now somewhere. You know what really irks me about TradingView? I mean, whatever this thing is, YouTube. I don't know about you, but like, I don't look at any of these videos that are here. Like, I never opened or watched any video about Sweet Home Alabama and Leonard Skinner. When I'm scrolling on my phone and I go past these things, it pulls them over here. Beats the hell out of me. But I hate that. And I don't know how to prevent it from doing that. If you do, let me know. Where I'm trying to find is the, this crazy crap. I never looked at anything about Buc-ee's and, gas station, for Christ's sake. Sorry I missed ZZ Top before they died. I am sorry I missed that. I've appreciated their music for, since the 70s, and now it is no more. Come on, where'd you go? Where did you go? I didn't look at any of this stuff. I hate that. Well, if I can't see it here pretty quick, I'll stop this. But it's just the thumbnail's a big picture of, like always, it's got FT71 all over the front of it, and then it says something about GEXBot. So you can, I'm sure if you Google, there it is, right there. Oh no, that's not it. But it's got a deal like this, and then over here it'll say something about, there we go. Here we go, right here. CT member webinar, trading ODT options, GEXBot, and volume profile explained right there. That's the one that I watched. So, there you go. You can find it. And that's got the young guy, whatever his name is, Jerome or something like that, is the guy that gives the presentation, and he's the one. And FT actually asked him what's his background and how did he get into this and do all this and stuff, and he explains that. Masters in computer science. Now let me switch back to wherever I'm going. There we go. Okie dokie. There's a pretty simple formula for calculating expected move. I actually used to plot it on a chart in every day. I would plot it on a chart in IRT. You just look at the average strike. I'm trying to remember what the calculation is. It's not a tough one, but that's the price that's how far the options change or whatever predict or imagine that the strike's then it's going to move, whether that's bullshit and bus tickets or not, who knows. But right now, here's the call wall. There's by far the maximum number of calls. And we're now pulling back a little from over here. 10 minutes prior, it's pulled back that far. There's price selling down, so that would have been a lovely short. And here's the zero line. That's all I know. Hope it helps. Hope it helps us both. Had I not been, I'm shutting up and then throw Q off. Okay, had I taken theirs about 8 handles, sorted there. Where are we? What is that from? Well, that's 10 handles. 85 to 75. No heat. Asymmetric trade. Looks good to me. I mean, I think it's encouraging. There's a couple others too, which you can listen to, of course. You just do GEX spots on another, I think you find out. One of them was kind of hard for me to listen to because it's a Latin fellow from Colombia who has worked as a market maker in Europe and then moved back to Colombia, and a lot of is trading from there, and a lot of people. His English is fine, but it was a little hard for me in my ears to pick up. And he also is this thing is like 3 parts with the fellow that developed it. It's about a year or 2 old, but the guy is talking about how he actually trades futures and what he does and what he's looking for to enter and stuff like that. It was pretty interesting. I'll have to listen to it again. I was, the language and stuff was hard for me to pick up on. I was doing it on my phone, so. It would be interesting now if this thing will get down and tickle that fall negative regime and see what happens. Where am I? Oops, wrong one. Okay, let's go over there. Let's look at that window for a while. Well, now we should be to that 25%. This thing should have taken a trade now. What's going on here? Oh, yeah, there it is. So there's the trigger. It's long. Let's see. My guess is it's not going to have a happy ending because we've got this big low volume node just below us down here. If we drop through that, we're going to haul ass all the way down to the POC, but otherwise we might come back up. Never know. I don't know. Put it that way. The GEX and Tsunami. Negative gamma. Okay, well, here you go. Okay. My little IB 20%, my Edgeful IB thing, which has made money at 2 or 3 days last week, has got a long going on, and it's taken it right as it should have. So, well, there's the breakout, and there's the trigger, and we're long. So now T1 it hasn't gotten close to yet. T1 is right here. So that's going to be a stretch. Sorry, stretch. But, and the stop is down here. So we'll see. Stop's right here, I'm sorry. We'll see what happens. And what was I going to do? Oh, yes, I wanted to get over here and have a look at this and see. You said where both of them are negative regime. Well, net GEX is negative 11,904. Does that mean it's a negative regime? I guess, maybe. He said with major question in his voice, some of all calls, oh, look at here. Peak put gamma by open interest. Oh no, net GEX is net GEX up here. This is net GEX open interest. This is net GEX by volume. It's positive 139 something contracts or whatever else it is. This doesn't say regime thing on it somewhere that I've been able to find. And what I thought had to happen was, in order to be negative regime, I thought we had to get below the zero line, which is 71.89. Let's see what Mentor Skrieldink has to say. Okay, Mentor Q, you see it. In order for this to be negative regime, well, it would be if you're looking up here. 77 quarter as the ODT flip. I don't know. How can that be above the call resistance wall? That doesn't make any sense to me. Is there a way to... Oh, this is delayed. It's on ES again. Oh, thank you so much. For $70, you can get that delay removed. I think this is the would be the last option I would choose, because it looks to me like the only thing they're interested in is them making money, which is perfectly fine. Oh, look here. Now the ODT high volume level is down here at 76.70. Right here. The regular high volume level, the normal strike, is up here at 77.05. So what's going on here? 76.70? 76.86? 76.71.89. And that's not above price. Let's look at just the spot. No. Price is still above this according to what I'm seeing over here. I got no idea, man. It's doesn't make sense. But I'd like to see us drop down below here and see if. And you know what else? What the hell is this thing? This, I think this is the plot of this line, kind of like developing volume POC, and yeah, this is what it was at 10:52.58 a.m. and now it's right here at whatever time this is. 11:55. Why they're not exactly the same, I'm not sure, but same way with this guy over here. I don't know. I thought Mentor Q said something about gamma. Oh, it does. Wait a minute. Summary. There we go. Q score, momentum, volatility. Doesn't it say something about regime here somewhere? I don't see it anywhere. Options, levels. Oh, screw that. Options, exposure. This has got put support ODT at 7,700. Wow. And it's got the expected move minimum at 76.20. Wow. And a bunch of stuff going on up here. I don't know. I still don't see where it says. I think the last time I saw something that said regime was on when I was looking at a trading view chart. Which, by the way, Mentor Q intraday absolutely does not plot. How much is that GEX thing again? I forgot. I'll have to check it out. I forgot all about that. I never have looked at that. Oh yeah, I remember. That's the one you did. Yeah, here's price, very definitely. And it's exactly, this is a SPY. Yep, 7,600, exactly where it's trading. And that is exactly above 76.72, which is zero GEX. Zero gamma. So if it's zero gamma, that's got to mean zero gamma exposure. I have no idea, other than I wish I'd have gone short up there when I was watching this thing and talking about it, because that would have been a lovely trade. I don't know why I'm not seeing. See, I guess I don't have anything that does that. The only thing I have in TradingView that works at all is your Tanuki thing, which is only on whatever they are, you know, Apple or somebody like that. And this is the GEX thing, and I've got it on Mint or Q gamma levels intraday, and it does not plot. Absolutely. It updates, and that's the end of the story. And if I shut it off and put the end of day levels, they plot just fine. Well, in a minute they do. There they are. But, you know, that's useless. I thought this thing said something about the damn gamma, but I guess that was that old free thing that I got going on. Where'd that go? Did I remove that? Oh. Here we go. Wait, I don't want that. I want rid of that. So here we are with this thing, and it's the regime here is positive gamma. This is the free one. Remember the old guy? And the GEX flip is at 7650. And what does this say? This is SPY, yes. This has got the GEX flip way up here at 7672. I give up. I don't know. It can't be way above. It can't be way above the put wall. This has got to be a problem with the oh, it's on the SPY. Oop, never mind. Sorry. Maybe I had to get my head out of my ass and this might. Okay, the GEX flip is at 7700. Max pain is at mid, max pain, PDL, at the money, all this crap is below us, according to a negative gamma over here. Yep. So I got no idea. The problem is, how do you trade it? For example, this shows the GEX flip at 7700. Well, we've already traded up here to this maximum, and it's pretty obvious where those maximum calls were, and it rejected twice, 3 times, 1, 2, 3. So I don't know what to think. Well, leave. Go away. We're going to come down and touch this, whatever this thing's called, the zero gamma line, and see what happens here. What I understand now, they should start buying it. And there may be a real good explanation of all this stuff and how these levels relate to the other ones that are more commonly talked about. But I just haven't found it. I'm not probably gonna. Wow, it's afternoon already. Holy crap. I didn't realize that in a million years. Well, I'm pretty surprised. As you might be able to tell. That's amazing. I was thinking, wow, it must be getting around 10:30 or something. I'm feeling kind of sleepy. So I don't know if they ever decided if this guy is going to speak or not. Oh, he's already done it, apparently. At 1 p.m. now he's going to speak. This guy is a dangeroo. How does the Treasury... Vance. So Vance was speaking in Maine. This guy's coming on at 1 o'clock. And he's talking anyway. I mean, he's not saying anything. I mean, he's not speaking yet, but he's talking. Maybe this 1 o'clock is this must be Eastern Standard and it's not crossing over here. Yeah, that's what happened. He started talking at 12. Okay, that's my clue to go take a shower and try to figure out if I can figure out what's going on with this stuff. I wish there was just a nice simple article that what these levels, how you would trade these levels, and maybe I can find that, or maybe send the guy an email. What the hell? Oh, now it's going to go rocketing up because the cent's going to do something to somebody. Yeah, never mind. Okay, I'm standing by. Make sure the music's playing. I'm going to go shower and do all the midday stuff. Back in a flash with the cash. Maybe not. About out of music here. I guess I better do something about that. So we're going to be the police of the internet of the world, I guess. Wow. Well, there you go. I got no idea what to say about it. Other than we came right down to the zero GEX and turned around and bottom up. Just as we are supposed to have done. I don't know. I'll be back in a flash. Oh, that's good. I haven't taken any, but Magic Box worked today, and these ones that I've been watching would have been pretty snazzy. I don't think that this bump here we had off the 0 gamma had anything to do with it normal, because this is, right when Basant started speaking. Now we'll see what happens again over here. I don't know what else to think. So here's where they're supposed to react and start buying them, right? Isn't that how it goes? Isn't that the story? Well, there they go. I'm going to send this support an email or something and ask them if there's some information somewhere to correlate these levels and outputs to what's normally expected, like the GEX flip and all that stuff. I'm assuming this is based on Basant. Now we're negative gamma as far as this is concerned, by volume and by open interest both. Well, that short off the top would have been a beauty, huh? Yeah, I've never looked at that one actually in GEX. I've never seen it live, only the sign up page. And there may be a whole. Let's see what the hell support has to say. Subscriptions and payments theory questions. There we go. How metrics are calculated or how to interpret the data. Well, there I go. I guess I better start reading, huh? Media affiliates, technical issues, API integrations, Discord. Oh, there's Discord community. I didn't know that. There you go. Where can I see classic historical majors? Bookmark specific charts. I thought it was only one chart. Guess there's more going on here than I know about. Non-naive GEX. Yeah, it is non-naive. So there can be a negative gamma can be above positive gamma. It says, well, on the right, yeah, that's interesting. Well, that's pretty interesting. I'll have to check all that stuff out. Away from the stream here, I guess. Oh, that's amazing. The minute you go away from the view and then back, the chart starts plotting again. That sucks. There must be a way to do that differently. Oh, there we go. Look at there. You click load the history and you get the whole chart back. You get everything back again. Okay. Well, that's pretty cool. All right. Well, I learned a new trick there, huh? Oh, this is funny. Yeah, well, I'm gonna have to send him I'll read through all those support things and what other documentation I can find, and then I'm gonna send these guys a support thing and say, okay, which one of your levels equates to max, gamma flip, put wall, call wall, and I'm pretty sure I know what they are, but and the high volume levels, I think the high volume levels right here. It's zero gamma, major positive, major negative. That's got to be what they are. We are still negative regime now, or negative something, because the GEX is negative, and we're below this zero line, so that means something. All right, I will. That's great. Yeah, if it works, what the hell? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's for sure. I mean, if a chart existed that said you put in this, you put in the ticker and there a word pops up, buy or sell, nothing else, and it worked. Well, what the hell? Why not? Let's go. The black box theory, but you know what I mean. If GEX A is doing the job for you, that's all you need to worry about. I think. I don't suppose keeping this on the GEX bot is helpful or not, or is it? I can leave it here or put it back on Bookmap. Getting further and further away from my RT here. Profile's pretty well balanced, that's for sure. Oh, I don't think I ever did this. I don't think I ever did that. There we go. Oh, none of these are changed. Well, that's interesting. I thought I did all of those. That's gotta piss everybody, piss a bunch of people off. Look at that. Every time it does that, it's not responding. There we go. Well, I'm sure those guys are pissed with me. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot to reset all these after the damn thing crashed when I did that entry, that order, or that trade. Exactly. Forgot about it because I know I did them all after the open. All right, back to the business at hand here. GEX bot, okay, will do. Let me just apologize to the TLab for being a donut. Okay. GEX bot, here we go. This goddamn thing. Ah. Okay, here we go, GEX bot. Coming at you. Boom. Well, I thought so. So these are 5 handles wide. Max positive, max negative, and net is nobody there. And 0 gamma is this guy. Oh, that guy. And, you know, we bounced off this. This is now changed. At one point, this was the call wall with the max gamma. Now it's close rates down here, positive. And we bounced it right there again at that one and down. And they've just come off the bottom down here of the put wall. So I don't know, dude. Yeah, you bet. I want a full report when I get back as to how this damn thing works. I'm sure this is it. I don't think there's any mystery about it, and I think it's now what I need to find out or square in my own mind is all this stuff we've been looking at before, that I've been looking at before, like the GEX flip and the mid and the HVL or HLV ODT and all that crap. Are those really the values and the correct thing? Or is this just actually, I mean, this is obviously actually the up to the second intraday data, whether it's ODT or lookout or whatever. Now, and for whatever, for whichever. Oh, do you want this on SPX and not intra and not ES? You do, right? The question is, how are those various levels encoded around over here someplace, or are those things inherent levels that come from ODT or this naive calculation rather than data? I don't know. That's the stuff I got to figure out. Anton, I think you want this on the SPX, right? Not just not converted to ES. Okay. Oh, ES. Okay. There you go. All right. Cool. So as it is now is what you're looking for. Where am I? Yeah. Okay. And there's the whole day. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. All right, I'll be back in a flash or two. 2 flashes, maybe, you never know. Well, I'm back. Let's see what we got here on the other screens. Hmm. Yeah, that's Freddie. He's a Colombian. He's a Colombian guy, and he's back in. Obviously, he's back in Colombia. He was an institutional trader in Europe, someplace, but he is Freddie. Is his name. I was just listening to a little bit of it myself. spent quite a bit of time in Cartagena and only went through never been to Medellin. Only went through Bogota in the airport. Welcome to the stream, by the way, Shiva Futures. Yeah. We've been trying to figure this whole GEX thing out. First of all, the reason I'm interested in it, I don't know about you, and I think Anton agrees, is it sounds reasonable. You know? It doesn't sound like it's some hocus pocus made up something or another. If you're talking about the reaction of market makers, and that sounds like it's viable to me. And right now, if you want to try it, which I didn't know about, and it got nothing to do with it, of course, Shiva, is just there's a 50%. It's $50 a month, and there's a 50% discount for the first month. So I just took it for a month quickly yesterday when I realized that, so that we could, throw it into the mix. This is the one though that Freddie guy was using and talking about with Jasper, who's the head or the guy that developed this thing. So yeah, I wish I was getting paid by him, but I'm not. Just looking at some of this stuff here. Oh, I didn't realize this. You can do this. I didn't realize. Oh, look here. Oh, there you go. I think I like the ladder idea better. It seems like it's easier for me to figure out. Well, there you are. What trading platform do you? I'm just late to the party here, Shiva. Let's see, I'll read up the story here. Oh, man, my eyes. Ow. I want to, anyway, Shiva, there's a, it integrates with a bunch of stuff. If you see here at the top right of the chart, and this is just whatever, com. But it'll integrate with several different platforms. This is the documentation for how this one works. Boo-boo. If you do this, you can get, now because I subscribe to this, it doesn't say, typical it will say demo, or in this case it says upgrade because I've already subscribed. There are the 4 different kinds. And if you go to this page here, at the bottom down here, there'll be a little button that says 50% discount for Quant Tower. Quant Tower has a free integration with these guys too. Oh, right there. That one. So yeah. Anyway. What else we got going on around here? Well, I don't know about ever, but I'd like to. I hope I can keep it a long time. Also, it'll mean I'm still doing this and successful. lived around a lot, but mostly along the equator, Colombia, Africa, Asia, and now back in the States and in Houston at this moment. Never figured to come here, but I came back here for a different job, and then that folded up, and here we are. Houston, Texas, Central Standard Time. And you? Wow. Guys are killing me. Oh, okay. Went to Detroit once, picked up a car, and went up to the GMI in Flint, Michigan for a thing. All right. Well, what in the hell is going on over here? What is my little, what of my, gonna take a round robin. Let's see what this strategy has done today. I got stopped out there. And still in a trade over here, not looking very good. This one is not trading. I've got to put it back on. I mean, these are where I develop strategies, Shiva, and they're traded within the simulated environment of IRT when I forward test and back test them. But so in other words, this is based on an edgeful idea where the IB is divided, and you divide the IB into 4 25% zones, and then just a real simple strategy. It's a breakout, one side of the IB or the other, and then when it retraces back to the whichever I selected, the 25 or the 50, that's the trigger, and there you go. But these are always traded over here. It's always traded in simulated environment. Obviously, who's going to put their who's going to put your money to risk? And then Bookmap is live. And I have a commitment to never take a trade off the live stream. And so far I haven't done that in all this time. Because I am so sick of these, I did this and I saw that and all this BS. I can't believe it. So this is my fundamental commitment. That's why sometimes you'll see a stream, if you've subscribed and liked, I hope subscribed, you will see a notification that I'm going to trade like the Asian Open or something like that, or stream. It's because I want to look and see if there's any opportunity there. And if there is, I want to be able to trade it. And if I didn't have a stream running, I couldn't to fall in line with my commitment. So basically I use Bookmap, which is what you're seeing here, and IRT, which is Investor RT, which is the basic charting and stuff I've got going on over here. And then as you're watching, well, there's Edgefill. Sometimes I'll play with around with try to chart stuff. We've been trying to chart these various gamma levels over with some of the indicators on TradingView. And this is Mentor Q. Which is, I'm not going to go for. It's too damned expensive, and it doesn't seem to work very good. And they want it, like they're going to charge you an extra $70 a month if you want live futures. So that's out of my league. And then of course you've been looking at GEXBot, which is just recent. And I have Jigsaw a long time ago. Hey, Magic. Oh, yo, my brother. what it is. Hey, the magic box did me fine today, brother. Thank you very much. Well, look here, Magic. Are you ready? Are you sitting down? Hold on to your shorts, my brother. Look here. Ooh, shiny. This is GEX Bot. I stumbled over this weekend and thought, wow, why don't I open this up since we're doing all these comparisons of these various GEX softwares. And this one is the GEX Bot Classic. It's $50 a month. And if you want to test it out now, there's a 50% discount for the first month. So I jumped on it real quick to see what we could all see for this week, right? Or however many weeks. And so far it's live in real time, absolutely, to the second. You see these dots ticking around down here, and you see the calls, volumes moving in and out, and yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. Oh, good for you on the trading, my brother. Super. The Magic Man. I only took one trade today, and that was the Magic. I didn't hold. I did the normal. I brought it up to break even, but I didn't trail it. And it did actually come back and take the break even, but it eventually went on to the to T2. So I'll have to rethink that whole plan, but you know, these are points now. I've changed this around from ticks to points. It was easier for me to try to do the math with regard to these different things. And I still don't believe in having your P&L shown in money anywhere on your screens. I was over here. There's the trade. The entry, the T1, instead of leaving it there, I scrolled it up, or trailed it up. It came back and ticked the trail, and then eventually got down to T2 right there. So I've got to rethink the way I'm managing these trades once they're in, but I sure appreciate it. Oh. Damn. Excuse me. Wow. Dumped one down the wrong pipe. Wow, it's 2:30 already. Really? Unbelievable. Oh. I'm gonna have to cut and run right at the top of the hour here when the cache closes, because I'm gonna go pick up Tam. School started today, so Monday and Wednesdays I'm gotta take her at about 9:15 and pick her up at. I told her she'd have to wait around for me because I'd leave at 3. Yeah, it is a different platform completely. Magic. This is it that you see over here. GEXBot.com. There's a whole bunch of videos. FT71 did one with the guy that developed it, and they got a pretty good presence on the YouTube or wherever. But and the fella Freddie we were talking about up the chat there. I just stumbled on the fact that they had that the price and how much and the disc and that introductory thing. Wait a minute here. Now I've done something I didn't want to do. Well, now I don't see all those great little sidebar things here. I'm not sure how to get them back. All right, I did that. Oh, here we go. Pretty amazing, huh? And you can see it change in real time. So let's see now. Think about the recap and the whatever, and then think about where my pants are, and I gotta go get the kid. Their site is just gexbot.com. Magic. What's going on over here? Trump's speaking at 6:30 tonight. Is that true? They keep changing these around. Well, yeah. Now it says he's speaking at 13:30. I give up. So is Trump talking now? This has been doing the craziest thing with the timing. I don't know what the hell's going on. And of course, investing.com doesn't track any of this noise. So as far as speeches and all this crap, I don't see anything that looks, oh yeah, sure as hell. There he goes. There he goes barking into something. Rose Garden event. Last time there was a Rose Garden event was the famous tariff story, remember? Wow. And there was something, he's gonna, declare war on Canada earlier today, and he's been pretty high, wide, and handsome. That's a good idea, And this is exactly what I think they ought to do. Okay, well then here, go freeze to death in the dark, you dumbass. see how the people up in Michigan and Minnesota and everywhere, Chicago like it. I just don't understand any of this concept, but what are you going to do? I don't know. So there we go. Looks like we're gonna play the day out right along the 0 GEX line. Pretty interesting how they don't go very far above those, isn't it? And at the time, remember at the time when these were happening up here, am I in the right window? Oh, it's amazing. This is where the max GEX was, or the major positive was what they call this was. So they just boop, 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 and then down we are now, boop, boop, you know. I guess. Anyway. And you can replay this too, by the way, if you need to do that. You want to see how the day played out. You can replay it over here. Anyway. All right, let's get on with the replay of the day. The report, I mean. Recap. There we go. Well, book map. This is Blue Boy, which is my my indicator. Is just a vertical line that I slap on the first print of every session. Back forever. Back as many times as you want to see. And the theory behind that is, I know that right here, oh, wrong, we're not there yet. What's going on here? Why is that there? We know that right here, right now, is the current price. And when I put this blue line over here on the first print, this means that as long as it's in view to my left, I know that this is the entire session, so there's no possibility I can have about context. I almost made a big mistake there. Let me get rid of that. Boy, that would have pissed me off. Okay. So that's how that works. And you can see what the day was like. Here's Mr. Magic down here getting the big pop off the bottom to the top. What a great trade, man. That's super. 30 handles, right? More or less. And this is Bookmap, obviously. The other charting platform is IRT. It's important to know about IRT if you're not familiar. The header of every one of these windows has the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. This group is my micros. This group is the minis. Oops, come on up here and play with us. There you go. And this is market profile, which I do not switch from micro to mini. I do switch from, and it's back on the full session again. God damn. Full to RTH session. So the higher time frame down here. Sorry. These are the micros, 1 day chart, daily periodicity, RTH session. So each one of these bars is a full RTH session. Wherever price overlaps, I draw the volume profile around them, and that gives us a micro composite VPOC. High and low volume nodes, which are only pushed from this last market profile or volume profile, and you'll see what we have. There's Friday and yesterday, or Thursday and Friday and today. Today's Monday, I hope. And that's how that works. Now, those high and low volume nodes are pushed to Bookmap, as are the session prices. What are we doing for volume here? Oh, 87. We're up 110% just before the open today. Now we're down to 87.
This is the average volume looking back over the last 20 trading periods at this time of day. And this is the ATR for a 1 minute candle right now. No, 5 minutes. I changed it. Okay. Yeah. There you go. And book map, of course, the columns are micro composite, high and low volume nodes. If there were any to push over here, let's see. There's one. The full session volume profile, RTH volume profile, and delta, and the statistics, which I put in every day with their associated prices. We never got back to close the gap. We never finally tagged out the close. That's pretty funny. But we got several of these. Got a lot of open statistics above us, however. I redo these every day, see, every morning during the pre-market. I start the stream at 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500 every day. And I do all the setup and pull the statistics together for the prices and based on the open type and all of that. Yeah, there are no indicators on anything, either bookmap or RTH. It's just based on price, volume, statistics, and now maybe GEX. And let's look at what we got on store for us tomorrow here for the world famous Hootenanny. This is investing.com. It's free. You can filter it for wherever you are, whatever you want to pay attention to. I keep it free, thinking that then it's anybody that needs to can have access to it. Here we are for tomorrow. Consumer confidence and new home sales at 9 o'clock. This is earnings is continuing, and we are going to get NVIDIA earnings this Wednesday. Nothing today, potentially. Tomorrow, bank. And Wednesday is going to be NVIDIA. The other news, I don't want yesterday. What am I doing? The other news source I use, which is also free, is Financial Juice. And the reason I lean on this a lot is investing.com only deals with traditional economic news and numbers, right? There were none today, so there aren't any. But Financial Juice pulls together, if they get access to it, any of these random things which anybody around the markets in this recently realizes could have a potential risk to our auction. And that's really important because I believe that as, right now, probably our prime directive as traders is to maintain our account. And fundamental way you do that is risk management. And so if you don't know about a potential risk, it's hard to manage. So I appreciate when they pull these things in. Also, they have more of a squawk box or real time over here. And this is where we're going to see the market on closing balance at 1450. Yeah, they're in Jackson Hole this weekend, so there'll be the usual spiel out of there. Or this week, I should say. Well, let's look. It should be, it will very definitely be over here. Let's look at this week. Wednesday. Core PCE, GDPs, durable goods. Thursday, nada piñata. Friday, Michigan report. Fed Governor Warsh speaks. That'll be from Jackson Hole. But none of these are 3-star events. So these aren't the ones that would be normally considered a increase in margins, as are the FOMCs. But this is where he's speaking. It's going to be on Friday at 9 o'clock. Yep, thanks. Good heads up.
Okay, that's about got the wrap up, I think. What else is going on now? We're just kind of bobbing along over here. Got everybody and their brother stacked up. Both VWAPs and the POC in the mid. Been kind of a flat day when you look at it. I mean, a little bit of a square dance down here, and then they just flatlined out. I don't know if that's the same on your program or platforms, but that's the way it looks over here. Get this turned off so I don't forget it, and then Lucky come in here and decide he's going to show me how much better a cat can do this than I can. Pretty tight range. Look at this, you know. There was the previous RTH high, and the previous RTH low is right there. So where value is overlapping than lower, but not a big range today. 86 to 54. Magic must have taken about all of it on his long. It's really great. Great. See what GEXBot is doing here. I don't think it's going to do much. Just kind of peter out, I would guess. And I'll obviously spend a lot of time tonight in the homework period doing, what the heck am I doing over here? How's the weather up in Detroit, Shiva? It must be hot, huh? Been hotter, and who laid a chunk there? Saturday was well over 100 down here, and I'm not used to that. And I didn't I had to do my long walkathon on Sunday, and which I always do, and then I mowed the lawn and did all that yesterday that I normally do on Saturday after we're back from the market. Cut the walk short too. I only went 5.5 miles this time in 2.5 hours or something, but that was about enough. That was about enough. Ooh, now you're really starting to make me mad. Yeah, that's shirt sleeve weather, -20, dude. What's the matter with you? I grew up on a ranch in Montana, and this is no lie. This is, they talk about global warming or whatever, okay? My birthday is the first part of November. We were always skiing good snow by my birthday. But the month of January, February, you could just about make a bet about it, would be 40 below zero the majority of the days. And snowfall, because we were right on the Continental Divide, we had 5-6 feet of snow, no problem. Now, and my son lives in Denver now, or still, and he, sometimes they're not even open in the areas over there until after Christmas. It's just amazing. Yeah, I wasn't crazy about Detroit. I think up north and, up the northern part, the lakes and stuff, the lakes area or whatever they call it up there is very pretty in Michigan, but, real severe weather like Minnesota and North Dakota and Montana, all those ones right along the border there. Yeah, take care, Anton. See you tomorrow. Maybe, or not. I hope so. these interaction in the chat and stuff really makes the day go better. Yeah, we'll see what they're going to do. I don't know if I suppose they've got to keep hedging them right up till the last minute there, I guess, right up till the market's close. Yeah, take care, Shiva. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. It's great. Like and subscribe, don't forget. Just the important thing is every morning from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500 Central Standard Time. Do the pre-market the first 30 minutes and then the open, and away we go. Good. That's nice. And you're on Quad Tower, right? Is that right? What I remember from the way there somewhere? Yeah. Okay, Magic, did you get all the money out of the market today? I bet you did. Good for you. That's really good. What happened here? Oh, I know what happened. Never mind. Oh, I gotta remember to do that before I don't remember to do that. Gotta remember to take my daily snapperoonie here for the trading story. All right. All right. Always forget that when the trade's the first 30 seconds of the morning. I always forget that in the afternoon. I don't know if you're still around, Magic, but Tam's back in school, so Mondays and Fridays I leave at about 9:15, back around 10, and I mean Monday and Wednesday, and then I've got to cut the stream off right at 3 o'clock and scoot out and pick her up. 1500. And if you've already dusted off, well then, adios, my brother. There's the market on close imbalance. Not any real big, I don't see any big thing happening on the, except boy, the zero gamma line is just almost on top of the major positive. That's pretty amazing. Look how close that is. I don't know, that's weird, I guess. Three and a half points away. And let's see what, we're buy side across the board. 1,289,000,000 on the S&Ps and 735 million. NAS, 424 on the Dow, million on the Dow, and 279 million Mag 7. So there you go. Quantum Readiness Task Force. Ooh, that's quite a name. Wonder what the hell it is. All right. Well, thanks a lot for coming by. Risk Neutral Trading. We've got 8 minutes to the close here. They're just riding out on that. They've now crossed under that. Well, those lines are just flipping all over the place. The puts and calls are moving everywhere. Look at that put wall. Holy smokes. Pretty balanced profile. Quite amazing, actually. Almost perfect distribution. However you want to look at it. Crazy. And they're going to just crank it into the close here now, and a little interesting if we get any kind of a market on close swing. I may stream tonight just to get my head around. Oh, it won't be. They won't be doing anything. The one thing about these GEX levels is there's no action or data at night in the overnights, because it's tied back to the SPX, which doesn't trade. Only trades during the regular hour. Three minutes, 2.5. So remember that you're welcome. This is Risk Neutral Trading, my virtual trading journal. I only trade live. I only trade real time, and I only trade on this live stream. So there you go. Remember also that work-life balance is really important, and you need to make sure you take care of yourself and keep that in mind. You know, get plenty of sleep, be hydrated, do some exercise, get in as good a shape as you can be in. If you're on emotional tilt when you come in the morning, throw the mouse out the window, you know. And remember, every morning at 8 o'clock, Central Standard Time, Risk Neutral Trading. If you like and subscribe, you'll get a notification, and hit the bell thing, I guess. You get a notification if you you get a notification if I'm going to stream like the Asian Orb or something like that. And we got about a minute to go here. And then I'm going to knock it in the head and hit the door and go for the school run. $15 seconds. And there we have 1500. No closing swing trade. Nobody left on third. Boy, that's a jam up, unless they take off now, which they may well do, but they're going to do it without me. All right. Have a great evening. Thanks a lot for coming by. Remember, 8 o'clock Central Standard Time every trading day morning. For the pre-market, we pull the statistics together for the upcoming session with their associated prices, and you'll be amazed at how frequently those levels are revisited as they are, as the probability would suggest they would be. So I am going to now kill this ability to trade so the cat doesn't come through here and decide he's going to buy some stuff. He likes to trade. He considers himself a scalper. All right. Thanks very much for coming by. I'm gonna hit the trail with the stream here.